Good morning, 8 AM here in Angus in eastern Scotland, and it's been a heck of a night. This morning there's a lot of flooded roads that I've been navigating trying to get up here from Dundee. The main A90 road is shut, and I tried to get to Forfar on time, but I'm a little bit late. I'm just a few miles out, but you'll be able to see some of the impacts here in the countryside as we go on our journey here. I'm having lots of problems with YouTube though, so it's been difficult getting this stream going, and I have to rely on help from some of my team members, which means it's difficult for me to access the live chat. But of course, if you want to chat, we're here. And I'm just loading it up now. So, hellish conditions in some places, some really serious flooding in some places. And we're going to go and find some of that now. Even the YouTube app isn't working for me at the minute. I don't know what's wrong with it. It says we're live in 78 minutes and yet we're live. So, and it was scheduled for 8 o'clock, so I don't know what the deal is with that. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air this morning, please send us a message, and we're going to be seeing lots of stuff. Alright then, we're going to go on into Forfar now. That's the first thing we're going to do, and then we're going to head up to Brechin, where there's some severe flood warnings in effect. They've been in effect since last night. There's been a lot of waterways that we've had to ford through. Here's a small one. Not so small actually. But large areas that have been flooded out. Yeah, we're not far from Forfar, just a few miles out. And I think we've got surprisingly good signal here at the moment, even though I'm out in the middle of fields. So this is all a culmination of a full day and night of heavy rain from this storm Babet. Weird name if you ask me. Really frustrating that I can't get access to YouTube pretty much at all here. I should be concentrating on everything else. Oh, there we go, it's working now. Fine. Alright, I think we're taking a right turn here. I haven't had breakfast this morning yet either, so at some point I'm going to be whipping out the sandwich that we had prepared, and you'll have to deal with that. But we're just on the way to Forfar now. People were sandbagging it up last night, yesterday. And look at this, here's another lake that's extended into the road, and it's all flowing downwards. Look at it all piling through here and sweeping on towards the left. Pretty crazy. And look at it all running down here in front of us. That's crazy. That's insane. started early. I thought we were going to start later on in the morning, but we're here at 8 AM because the water levels in the rivers overnight, and so they'll be going down again now, but there's still severe flooding areas in that area. Someone waiting at the other end. Side of this hill, so we're going to drop into town, take a look at the places that were flooded yesterday and see how they've changed. Oh, it's a little dog sitting there, probably a sheepdog, that one. Flooding here, and this is what you're going to experience everywhere: rural, urban, country lanes, major roads. There's just water everywhere. Every small dip, you're going to have a pool of water to navigate, and I should know because I did in order to get here this morning. Branch in the road as well. We've seen a few of them too. That's a bit ghastly. I've just snapped a little bit of it off. Hopefully I didn't leave a mark. So, you know, we've got small branches down. We've seen lots of them. Lots of them, especially on the A94 between Angus and Forfar. Still into the road here, and it's still really raining heavily as well, and that will continue until, well, we expect that the rain might stop at around lunchtime. Now look at this. Now this is another big flooded area here. Certainly the advice is to stay indoors. I would rather be doing and you can scroll back as we go along through this event, so if you miss something you can take a look back on the stream, and after we're finished it will be saved on YouTube, so you can watch the whole thing back again as well. With lag included, unfortunately, though, if there is any today, which I'm sure there will be. That van's going up a flooded hill now as well, just like the one we went through a few minutes ago. Behind me. Now it's a straightforward descent into Forfar from here, so we'll be in the town shortly and we'll be having a look at what's going on there. There's a waterfall there, look at that. That's insane. We've got an artificial waterfall there. flood warnings in that area. Someone using our Force 13 account says, "What is that noise?" I don't know what you're talking about. The only noises we've got here is heavy rain. You might hear the windscreen wipers. Then you'll hear me talking, but I don't know of any other noises. A loud noise near the waterfall, I don't know. They've sandbagged their property there on our left. I think the rain stopped actually. These wipers don't need to be wiping so much. We're just cruising on into Forfar town here. And there's just so much debris on all of these roads as we go along, even in the town. Go first because I wasn't in gear. Okay, let's go to our first haunt then. Let's take a look at Aldi. I think everyone locally knows that it floods there more than pretty much anywhere else in Forfar town, so we're going to take a look and see what that's looking like this morning. We're still getting strong winds at times as well, and I could have started the stream a bit earlier, but there's no real point because it's only just gotten light, so there's no real point. We're quite high up here on a slope, and now when we turn right we'll be going downwards. Clouds, if the camera can get the detail on it, you can see that they're sweeping across there towards the west, as has been the case since yesterday. Force 13 UK and Ireland Live, thanks for joining us. An early start here in eastern Scotland. We're currently in Forfar, and we're investigating the flooding, and we'll be venturing towards the severe flood warning zones near Brechin soon. And when I was leaving Dundee earlier, there was to be honest, there was quite a bit of flooded roads around there as well. It really were. Worse than what I've shown you so far, to be truthful. but you'll see some stuff here. We're coming up to the Aldi now, which is still very much the same as it was yesterday by the looks of things there. Yep, big pool of water. No one's in the car park. In fact, yep, it's deeper. It's on this side now as well. We'll just pull in here and turn around and I can show you it again. I can make the turn just about. So yeah, you can see that is quite heavily flooded, more so than it was yesterday. Because it was completely confined to the left lane yesterday, and we're having to borrow the other side of the road to get around this big area of flooding at the Aldi. Looks like the store's open. No one's in the car park though. No one's braved that puddle. We went through it last night. I don't know if I would this morning, but we're not going to. Now we're going to go into the town and see what the town centre's looking like here. Branches there on the side of the road. And now another wave of rain here. Have a little look down here. I mean, this is pretty much the lowest point of the town centre. There's nothing too much going on here, so that's good. Go round Aldi again and then we'll, oh no actually, yeah, we'll go round and then we're going to go to Brechin, so things might get serious over there. There's also a few viewpoints on that B road where you can look out into the valley and you'll probably see lots of flooded areas there, so we'll see what we can see. I'm having to do this every so often. The windscreen keeps fogging up. But certainly I'd recommend staying indoors where it's nice and warm if you don't have to go out. I'd be doing that if I could. Yeah, it's a significant couple of branches there that have fallen off. And snapped. So once again, as of a couple of hours ago when I woke up, there were still 4 severe flood warnings in effect. I think 3 of them near Brechin, and we'll be going round all during the course of today. I'm going to try and take us round as many places as we can, really. There's the flooding again. There's the flooding again at Aldi. Could have spotted him earlier, wasn't paying attention. Anyways, obviously that big pool of water there. Oh, the poor guy's got stuck now. There's 3 cars coming through. Double check those warnings again in a little bit, but if you've got any comments or questions or tips for us for things that we might want to investigate, then please let us know in the chat. Have a look in the town again here. Where have I ended up? Ended up going the wrong way, and that's for sure. I got confused there. I'm not usually geographically challenged, but the wool's been pulled over my eyes on that one. Anyway, you can see the middle of Forfar. I'm sure some people might want to have a look at it, so here it is. Let's see if we can turn left here. So there's no real flooding, just the area at Aldi and mainly places outside of town, out in the fields. I know yesterday we were going through lots of foresty areas to the west of Forfar and northwest. Lots of flooded roadways there. That was yesterday. I'm not going there today because the signal's not good over there, as we found out. Lots of fallen over bins. Look at that, 3 of them there in a pile. But the worst that I saw was earlier this morning on my way up here, not far from Dundee, on the outskirts. Can we get through here? On the outskirts of Dundee, there was a road that went over a stream which had completely flooded over and into the road, and it was pretty much on the very high end of what I would drive through. It was probably over a foot deep, or around a foot, so not recommended. Where do we go from here? Oh, it's right. Okay. Probably gone really round the houses here, but so we're moving on towards Brechin. We'll be able to look down into the valley in a few minutes and see what it looks like, and then when we get there we can take a look at that severe flood-warned zone. And then see where we go after that. No intentions to give way, did he? Just a minute. Just gotta... This wire keeps falling out of this camera. Okay. Very sensitive wire, which is not what we really want, but that noise there you can hear, we've got Velcro on for the camera onto the dashboard. We've got quite inventive ways of doing things around here. Warm here either. I rang home last night in Greater Manchester, and they said that it was 20 degrees yesterday there. I don't know if that's true. It sounds far-fetched. It was 11 up here, and this morning it's 7 degrees right now. So 11 miles to Brechin from Forfar, as you can see on that sign. We're going to see what we can find. This road yesterday as well had a few little spots of heavy water, so I think it will be quite eventful. And then when we get to Brechin, we'll take a look once again at the same spot that we stopped at last evening, the South River-esque. And yesterday when we were streaming, and you can watch that as well on our channel, that river was pretty rapid, fast flowing, and it was transporting logs and trees and branches down the river. It probably looks more like that today, so we'll go and find it. Red rain warning continues until lunchtime. Another branch sagging over that stone wall out over the road. So bad so far. Some of the places I've been to on the way up here, lots of waterlogging, lots of it. But here, not too bad. This small town here. Chat wasn't loading for a long time there. A big puddle right here. And that is quite deep as well on the left hand side there. Dottie says good morning, good morning. Mr. Bear says we fixed it. I've not done anything different, if I'm being, I've not done anything different. I don't know what the issue was yesterday with the stream quality, but if it's better today, then that's great to hear. Overestimated, I think was supposed to be the word. It doesn't seem as bad as you're driving around. I don't know, I can't really comment on that yet. say that I'm skeptical. But I've not got to the worst places yet. We've not been able to observe that, so I'll have a better idea in about an hour. But here you can start to see a few more flooded roads. This is what it was like all the time heading up to Forfar. I mean, look at this. This is just a big river here. I don't want to go too... That truck's waiting for me. We can get through it, no problem. It's just... what it was like driving up to Forfar earlier this morning. The road was fully like this, with water everywhere. In the road there as well from something that's caused that have been swept down here from, oh, I assume that pebble road actually. Yeah, my goodness, what's the erosion on that pebble road, and that's caused loads of pebbles to float down that slope. Thanks for the comment. I know you tune in regularly. Peaked at 18.4 in rural London yesterday. Is there such a thing as rural London? Greater London, I assume. And Frazzle's also there as well, heading to Manchester. That was deeper than I expected. Another comment there from Peterhead in northeast Scotland. It's another place that I visited last year, doing some road tripping. It says the rain has stopped, but the wind is still super strong. Waves are high in the harbour. Last night at the riverside next to Dundee Airport, the only place that was actually open at that time for meals, and it was almost like a hurricane, because it's right next to the water, of course, so really strong winds there last night. Big puddle here. I'm the only one on this road as well, coming this way. So it's quite clear that lots of to along this road, and people aren't travelling. stay strong during this because we're a little bit in the back of beyond for a little while here. The weather log says enjoying the stream as usual, morning to me, morning back to you. Nice to have you on board. And no, this isn't a 4x4. Don't know whether I might get one in future, maybe, I don't know. But I got this car because it's a little bit further off the ground than my last one, so I can go through a little bit more water than my last car could, but it still can't go anything deep. Nervous when there's vehicles in the middle of the road not moving. Is that because there's a problem? And there's cars on this road must be flooded in. Maybe, because there's people on the other side. Let's have a little look. Oh yeah, there's lots of people not moving. So I'm guessing that's flooded deep in front of us, though I can't see what's going on. And it wouldn't surprise me, but we're going to struggle getting around there, aren't we? So there's a little country road if we turn back, and we might find a way round. There's people just sitting here waiting, so I'm not sure what good that's going to do. There's a van that was coming up, he's not come by yet, so I guess I'll take the initiative. See if we can get down here. I assume that was an impassable road. That will be the first one that I've seen during this event. Obviously I didn't get to see it myself, so I don't know for sure. But there's a lot of people just sitting there, so there must be a problem. I mean, even up here, so I imagine that's pretty flooded out down there. With river I'm gonna get cold road. Typical stop reception. Of course it did. Main road off off to the left here, but I'm concerned that it will be equally as bad, so, but we'll have a look. And if not, we'll be able to look at a big flooded area on our own without any traffic in the way. You can see them all on the left. They've gotten through a few of them trucks by the looks of things. I don't know why they were just not moving though. Looks like we can get through this way, I think. Once again, a small village here, also flooded by the looks of things, and now we're in this traffic jam of people getting through this water. It doesn't look that bad, to be honest. There's a fair bit. A bit more here as well, so certainly flooding here. Certainly warrants caution, but you don't have to go through at 2 miles an hour. I just did it at 10 there. Joined us, good morning. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. Lots of flooded roads. Just joined us, we were in Forfar just a little while ago, and we're now heading to Brechin, where there are severe flood warnings in effect. When I get there, I'll check up on those warnings and see if there's any changes, but last I saw there were 4 warnings there. Of course, Angus flew into the slide, so also click it in now. Flash. Now here we go. This is one of the viewpoints, and I'm going to show you this. It's windy up here as well. I'm going to stop here for quite a while so I can get it on all of my cameras, but I'll show you guys first. You can probably see it in the distance already, but I'm going to take us out of the car and show you what it looks like. But there's lots of flooding down there on the very windy area here. Oh. So you can see this floodplain down here, which is obviously very flooded down there. I think this is one of the severe flood warning zones. But you can see it, obviously it's been this transformed. That stream down there, I think it's, I don't know if that's the lower Esk as well, it might be, that winds on in towards Brechin city. So, well, as a matter of fact, there's a sign here, it'll tell us all about this. So we're still at Aberlemno, and it's just talking about everything there. Actually only pointing out the hills, not the river. What is the river South Esk? Yeah, Brechin 4 miles to the right in the distance. Not that you can see it from here. And if you could, it's probably not really. Yep, it's wet and cold. I'm heading back into the car. There it is. We've got a lot more to see, so we'll be heading out in just a few moments. Oh, very cold. Setting everything back up again. Mr. Bear says Met Office states that the red warning is from Stonehaven down to Perth. That's pretty much it, yeah. Last I saw it's till 12 o'clock. Let me just check the latest flooding info whilst we're not moving. So, just some news here. The Brechin and Tannadice river gauges have been inundated and therefore not transmitting data as well. So that's some info there. But let me just check those. There's actually 5 severe flood warnings now. So let me do a little bit of a public service here. Mary Kirk in Aberdeenshire, Logie Mill and Crago, Kinnaird, Bridge of Dun, Finarvan and Tannadice and Brechin, all under a severe flood warning right now. There are an additional 16 standard flood warnings, but we're going to be investigating these severe flood warnings that are out here in the area near Brechin. Off to our left there, that's one of those severe flood warnings, and there's another one that's, yeah, Brechin and east of there. So it's all this area that we're heading up towards is where all the severe stuff is. Just got to do this for a minute. We're getting steamy. On the road, on the move again in just a short moment, just doing some filming with my other camera here. Okay. Nearly 9 o'clock. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. My name's Nathan Foy, up here in eastern Scotland in Angus, and we are investigating these severe flood warnings. It is potentially dangerous. I would not go out unless essential. Stay inside where it's warm. It's bloody freezing out here. 7 degrees the current temperature. There's a turning coming up soon for a small village called Mayglassy, I think it's called, which is just down there on the left on the edge of that flooded area. So we'll go down there and take a look, and we might see some more stuff here. this will be where the road completely goes into the water now. So I'll just show you. Oh no, it goes a bit further. I mean, there's loads of pebbles on this road here, from pebbles that have been, wow, knocked across here. It's going to be a bit treacherous going any further, even to just look at this rate. Wow. You can clearly see what has happened. Where does this road actually go? I mean, this is quite deep here. Maybe too deep. I don't like how it was sloping down there. It's just going to be difficult to turn around. But obviously I wanted to show you what it was like down here in these fields. Very washed up. Where am I going to fit a car to turn around? Because I can't do it in that opening because that's in the water. Might be able... it'll be a tight one. Let's see if we can try it here. You can see like 100-point turn here. Get ready for a 1,000,000-point turn. Make sure I don't hit anything. I mean, I could have reversed up, but I just thought I'd demonstrate that in some instances you can turn round in what looks like an impossible space, just like that. Part of the plan to go down there, so didn't intend to really do much further. I do want to show you just round this corner one of these buildings, which is garden area there, flooded out as well. I'll just leave the camera, see if you can make out that window. I don't know if you can. You might see more of that flooded area next to us. that we're stream, so I don't know if you guys are able got us, but we'll have one soon. Watching from the east coast of the United States. Really there. Okay, you wanna look for help to send a message through Facebook or Twitter, or you can contact me on Discord. Name's Forfar. Very close to Brechin now, just over a mile away. With these people were inspecting the river there as well. Let's have a look. Oh wow. That's completely flooded over. I've got to show you this. I have to show you this. This is completely flooded out. Let me just check that we've got signal here. We've got signal, right guys? Only my viewers know. Let's show you this. This is really crazy. So down there you can already see that there's flooding. Look at all that flowing water down there. So this is the River Esk south, and it's completely flooded. Normally, or at least yesterday when I saw it, it was just the river half this size, if that. Double check that we've got signal still here. Yep. You can see a few other people investigating as well, like we are. But look at this over here, it's wild. Wild, wild, wild. And this is why it's a severe flood warning right now, because we've got stuff like this going on. Very fast flowing and dangerous. There's branches in there. It's very, very deep beyond the flood stage. You know, it's over the canopy of, not the canopy, but the branch terminus points of some of these trees in front of us. And you won't get very far trying to swim in that. On the left, the telephone pole, which is completely under that, or power pole. And looking back at the other side again. A big branch there moving along. It's windy over here. Freezing cold. So pretty treacherous then. As we look back the other way again, just move along over here a little bit further. And look at the extent of the flooding on either side of this bridge. You know, well beyond its extent, beyond its banks. Well, we're going to head back to the car in a second, and then we'll go onto the east side of Brechin, where there's another severe flood warning for this, obviously. along the same river. Not able to access chat at the minute. Yeah, there it is. Send in comments and questions. Right. Take a few pictures on my phone as well that we might be able to get through the social media. Alright. So this is the River Lower Esk on the outskirts, well, just about a mile out of Brechin in Angus. This is a severe flood warning for this river in multiple locations. In general, the river levels have peaked, but in some areas, continuous flows will exacerbate flooding. The rain is not really raining now, and it will progressively stop throughout the course of today, especially when we get towards lunchtime. But a final look here at the river South River Esk at 1 mile west of Brechin. So there we go. Really cold out here. Get back into our car here and move on towards our next spot. Whoops. A bit forceful with the door there. Okay, it's a short hop now to our next spot. Stopped here then. That'll be why. Another flooded area here, not too bad. Certainly passable. continuing as we get on into Brechin. Scroll back through the video to see where we've been so far. We started near Forfar and then we moved on here. We took a look at the floodplain. We've taken a look at that bridge. And of course, our live output will be available to view after we finish streaming today. We're now going to go to the next bridge. What's it called? I don't know if it has a name, but another area where you'll be able to see that river. Lightening up a little bit. The rain stopped for the time being. We'll still get a few more flurries of it, but overall the rain is starting to let up, and that was forecasted. The red rain warning expires at midday, which I think is a good call. Obviously the water levels are still going to be high for a good while. Closed. Oh, they're all down there. That must be completely flooded then. So we'll go and meet up with it at the other end. I mean, the way that when we talk about these rivers overflowing as well, as always the potential that some of these bridges could collapse. You know, it's happened in Cumbria on numerous occasions in the floods that happened there in 2009, 2015, and what other year was it? Maybe 20... I can't remember now. Another year more recent than that. I'm trying to get to that bridge another way, but if that's shut, then we'll just get out and walk. Street. Look at this. This is flooded as well. And we're still quite far from the river. Walk down through that alley. Or if that's just access to these buildings. And still we're getting these winds as well. Interesting that the police are only just setting up that road closure there. So, is it the case that it's going to get worse yet? Or is it just that it's morning now and they're going to close the road? I don't know. Fire truck, van. So they're all here. Go down and investigate that other road and park up and see what the deal is. Also Brechin Castle, which is on the river. I don't know much about it, but I just see it on the map, and whether that might be impacted by this flooding. Everyone's there. I'm just going to go left first of all though and see what we can see up here, and then I saw a little space that I could park into on that main road, so we'll have a look. This is just a housing area, but it does go down, must be close to the river. Looks like I can park here and walk down there actually. Wow, serious flooding. Or down there. Alright. Sorry about all all the driving round. We're just going to get sorted out here and then we'll go. Bloody hell, that's a big curb. There's no room. It's going to have to go back. Turn him round. What's he doing? He's pulling up. Go. Hoping we've still got a good signal, folks. Please let me know if not. How are we doing for battery? The thing is, I'm tied to my GoPro battery as well, so I can't be out there for that long. But let's go and have a look, folks. Let's see what's going on. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
It's awful.
Well, it certainly is. People walking around down here. I'm going to quickly grab a few things with my camera whilst you look over here. This is at Brechin, if you've just joined us. Live at the river, the South River-esque let's get a closer look. Going to set the camera down here for a second. Just give me a moment. Alright, look at the sky. Okay. View here at Brechin, where there are buildings impacted now, as you can see. This, I assume, is some sort of park or recreational area. You saw some I think basketball courts. Let's see if we can see what the emergency responders are up to. A little bit of a media circus, but not as much as one might have expected, perhaps. funneling on through. Distance down that road you can see more extent of that flooding all along there, so it's little wonder why that the road is closed. If you look at my camera, I don't know if you can, but you look out to the distance there, you can see how fast that river's flowing. And maybe we can get a distant shot as well. Further down that road. So yeah, certainly worse than it was yesterday, no surprise to most. But the interesting point right now is that the rain has stopped. I think we'll still get a few more bouts of it, but right now it is not raining. But obviously the river levels are extremely high. I don't know if they will get higher, but obviously even at this stage it is bad enough right now with these severe flood warnings in effect and dangerous conditions. Just hop over this fence wall in a minute and you'll be able to see another view that we looked at a few minutes ago. That's scanning edge. This is Forfar UK and Ireland Live. My name's Nathan Foy here, live in Brechin, and we have a serious flooding issue, as you can clearly see, under this severe flood warning that is currently in effect here. This recreational area inundated, submerged. I'm filming with other cameras as well as we do this, so there'll be more to upload when I get back with some other footage, but I'm sure you're getting a decent impression of it right now. The rain's starting up again. The raging upper river-esque here in Brechin, in Angus, eastern Scotland. A live look right now at 9:46. One of the wings, yeah. That's something that I didn't think to do, but absent drone footage, at least we can still see everything that's going on here with this flooding. And if you watched our stream yesterday evening, we were here as well, just before sunset, looking at the river from the bridge, which was still open at that point. I don't know when everything got closed. It may have been quite recent, but lots of emergency services in abundance. I'm going to go back over there and see. At the moment there's a few fire people coming up now from somewhere, so I'm going to go back down and see what's going on, and then we'll venture back to the car. I'm not sure where I'll go after that, but obviously I'm quite limited because for some reason we lost the stream just then. I don't know what. But we've got flooded buildings. Been shut off, and it's right down there. You can see all of that flooding in the distance, and obviously this car park in front of us as well, submerged, and in the very back there you'll see the river that's running over there as well. I'm going to double check where the flood warnings are right now, because I think if we go east of here there's another area that's a concern. Yeah, large area to the east of us. Kinnaird and Bridge of Dun. Wow, lots of areas there flooded. So that's where we're going to go next. We're going to head east of Brechin and out over there. So if anyone has any tips for me for things to investigate, let me know. Obviously I'm here in Brechin at the moment. We've seen quite a bit of flooded roadways and watercourses, and this must have been where the flooding reached earlier on. You can often see a debris line, so it must be retreating a little bit, but obviously still a major concern. Let's just go up here just to show you the emergency services presence. They're lining this street, coordinating some kind of operation. Rescue unit there and a bunch of other stuff going on. I don't know if there is a water rescue that's going on or what, but as you can see, the emergency service is absolutely lining up that street. I've got to go back to my car now because my GoPro battery is waning. It needs to be on the power supply in the car, but we've seen all of that stuff in Brechin there. Go back through that footage, you can scroll back as this video continues, and after we finish streaming today you'll be able to watch it back in its entirety, lags and all, unfortunately. But now we're going to head east to see if we can take a look at one of the other severe flood warnings. Stairs were never my strong point, a bit out of shape. But just another little look down there, and a view from higher up the extent of the flooding right now around the river Upper Esk, or Upper River Esk, I don't know what order that goes in, here in Brechin in Angus, eastern Scotland. So as you can see, a major flooding event is taking place there. I'm just returning to my car now, and then we're going to head on. There isn't really much to see in terms of rainfall now. We're still getting a bit of strong wind, but obviously the rain has been very heavy at times. I'll try and find my car keys now. Anytime now. And we'll be off again, heading eastwards. I don't know if you got too close to my face there, sorry about that. I know it can be quite a shock sometimes. Really cold out there though, my goodness. Ugh. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head east, as I mentioned, to take a look at another severe flood warning that's in effect just out of town to the east. Plug you in again here. Okay. Thanks for tuning in this morning. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. We're driving around, taking a look at various things. So if you do see something interesting, I might be moving on to somewhere else like I am now. So scroll back through the video to see fully what I did here. And we'll get ourselves out of this. Basically, we're following the river towards the downstream now, towards Bridge of Dun. That's where we're going to go next, Bridge of Dun. Coast, completely blocking off that road. Tons and tons of vehicles down there, so very dangerous. Clearly, we're taking it seriously. And you can tell that our moderator Tim is American there by calling it Route A935. We don't say route here, really. But we've so far seen 2 of the severe flood warned areas, and we're now going to visit a 3rd. So stick with us and we'll be on our way to Bridge of Dun next. It's about 7 o'clock this morning and from Dundee, and there's been lots of waterlogged roads. Just here even, there's a puddle at the bottom of here as we start to leave the town now. And we're going to be following the Esk, Lower Esk, towards Montrose. Tapering off overall. I was out for most of the time there for a good 20 minutes and didn't get rained on that much. So the rain threat is leaving. There could still be a few sharp showers for you in the next few hours. The red rain warning expires at midday. We've still got strong winds at times. I can see the flooded river from here as well still. So we're sort of alongside it. Say that about the rain, we're just getting another big drenching now. But obviously it is the flooding that's an enormous concern for this entire region. Down that country lane. So no one comes around this corner too fast. Let's hop down here and see what we can see. slowing it down in the Midlands, and this fella is reversing, so it's clearly quite flooded. Whether we can go through it or not, we're going to have a look. To me, I don't know about further on. Let's see. It's fairly deep. It very much. But we've made it through. I mean, look at this. Just stop here and roll my window down so you can see out another location here under this severe flood warning. You know, all this is now part of the river. Side of dust. See quite clearly why this is a severe flood warning, and we are currently in it. Just made it through that water as well, probably nearly a foot deep. Drive through flood water today, always check your brakes afterwards, like this. That's not as sharp brakes as I'd like them to be, actually. Always check your brakes. Windy here, you can hear it possibly. Another water splash here. This is Bridge of Dun. Looks like it's really flooded. The other side there's a fire truck there. So I I just stop here actually. And if you just look out over there, you can see there's a fire engine and a flooded road. So that's probably not passable, so it's a good job we didn't go that way. There's people getting out there, so another area of concern, clearly. There's our window, and we look on our...
Aye. It's no possible. You can get over the bridge, but the other side of the bridge is just all water.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, really bad. No problem, thanks.
Okay.
I actually didn't mean to talk to him, but I was opening my window to show you this side, and I believe him when he says that, and I didn't really intend on actually getting through this way, but we're gonna go and have a look. This is what it looks like, carnage. Pretty insane. We're literally surrounded by water at this point. So I'll probably just get out with my camera on this bridge and just do some filming of my own. Cool bridge, by the way. On the other side, anarchy. You're literally in the river by this point. There you go. There's no getting through that, clearly. But I am going to get out and do some filming of my own whilst the stream's running. I'll try and position you in a place where you can see what's going on. I'll see if I can put you... If I park up here and turn you over to the left, you'll be able to see the river from there, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know what you can see. There's my hand. Okay. I'll just leave the view there for a little bit whilst I get out of the car and do some filming on my other devices. I'll even leave the car running, but literally surrounded by water here. It's pretty insane. Back in a few moments. Wow, windy out there. I see that we're still running, so let's take you out here as well for a little look at the current situation here at Bridge of Dun. So, serious flooding around here. I don't know how deep it's supposed to be, but clearly it's not like supposed to be like this. It's serious flowing water, very large areas of flooding around this area, floodplain, and this road that we weren't going to go down, but no one I don't think will be able to go down it because it is absolutely inundated, and what's more, part of the river is crossing it, and so you could easily get swept away in a vehicle if you were, in my opinion, dumb enough to even attempt this one. Once again, this is another severe flood warning in this location. We've already visited two during our live stream. We have Brechin, which we were at earlier, and west of there as well, another severe flood warning, all on this same river. And it's very windy on this side of the bridge. And once again, this is the River South-esque, or the South River-esque, at Bridge of Dun. You know, trees submerged there and all kinds of problems. Alright, so that's the latest here. We'll go back into the car. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland live coverage on these very dangerous severe flood warnings that are currently occurring. Let me plug you back in there. Just going to finish up a few things here. I'll be back in just a minute and then we'll be on our way again. Wow, the noise out there is something else. So this is Bridge of Dun, and all kinds of action here. A severe flood warning at this location as well as in Brechin, and there's the fire truck. We've come to investigate. I'm doing something down that road, I think. So there must be something going on down there as well. Going to leave you with a view as I assess the latest flood information. I mean, these are the worst areas really that we've been to. And if you've just joined us, you can scroll back through the video, our live stream, and take a look at what the situation was when we were at Brechin as well. Really, this is where it's all at. It is. I don't know what to go next. Let's go on to Montrose and see what we can see. Just in time, let's get in here. So there's a fire truck down there, I don't know what they're dealing with. Obviously a fire truck, I don't know if it was the same one that was up this road on the right hand side. Who's going where? That was a 50-50 one, that. We'll have a look and see if we might be able to get through this, but if not, you'll be able to have a look at it at least. I mean, that looks pretty deep. The fire truck must have got through that though, so... It's a question mark. But if we stay on the verge, we'll probably be able to get through. I don't like this. Don't like this one bit. Nope, I'm not bothering with that one. Those people, even in trucks and Land Rovers, would be able to get through that that other road. So let's go back the way we came, and even that road was quite deep, the way we came in. So I suppose we better get there before in case it gets deeper. Struggling through that water at the minute. Unless he's just stopped there. stock. It doesn't look noticeably deeper than it was earlier. Now, is he in the water? What is he doing? He's splashing me. He's still flashing me. He's still flashing me. I don't know why. We can't go anywhere else. We got in here earlier. That's pretty much about as deep as I want to ever risk. So, pretty dangerous. But I had to come this way to get out. It's the only way in or out. So, you know, if that gets any deeper, the Bridge of Dun is effectively going to be cut off from the world. They're going to be out getting through there. Miles east west of Montrose, so we're going to turn right and head that way. Let's see. I might take to the other side of that bridge and see what it looks like from that angle. It's steamy all the time in here. So many areas that are underwater along this area, this floodplain. Clearly seen in front of us now. Turn right here and have a look at the flooding from the other side of and basically the side of Impassable road I adopted and out, just so that you can see what it looks like from the other side. again, even at times you can still see the wind blowing along there. People trying to be helpful and saying I can't get through. I know. I just want to show everyone. All right there.
You can only get to that house, see the roof there?
Yeah.
Can't get any further, so you just have to turn around and come back.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen the other side, so
Yeah,
I know it's flooded
just
in.
awful, isn't it?
Mm.
So yeah, it's completely blocked off. So you think it's fine, turn that corner, and it's just completely flooded. So
Yeah.
cars and fire brigade are turning people back and stuff.
Yep.
So okay.
All right, thank you. Telling you what I already know, but you know, people are trying to be helpful. She's right, it does look fine round here, and before you know it, you round the corner and then you're greeted with, I think, all of that flooding over there. There it is, flooded river road. So that's the other side of what I tried getting through earlier on. Let's move on to Montrose and see what we can find there. If you've just joined us, we've been to quite a few places so far. We've been to Brechin, where there's a severe flood warning. We've been west of there, all along the lower river Esk, because there are 3 severe flood warnings along the river, incredibly dangerous. And lots of roads have now been rendered impassable across the river, including the East Bridge in Brechin. The west one is still open. We showed you that earlier on as well. We might end up going back there at this rate, I don't know. We'll see what it looks like in Montrose, whether you can get across that way or not. Across the south side, I guess we will then start going along the south side of the river and take a look at some of the flooded areas on that side as well. Get ahead of this little convoy that's behind us. Once again, this is Force 13 UK live in the red rain warning, and here comes an emergency fire truck. So the 999s are clearly busy this morning. south side. Forfar, just outside of it, is. We were there earlier on this morning. And also, before I started streaming today, I was filling up with petrol at the Tesco in the north side of Dundee, and the outer area there was flooded as well, even in Dundee. There was lots of pools of water around the outskirts of Dundee, northwards. Of course, the A90 north was closed. I don't know if it still is, it probably is. And they said until further notice. Looks like we'll be getting through here on the A92, maybe. Unless they've stuck up a road closed sign right here. But I imagine it's quite a high level bridge, because the river's quite large at this point. Yeah, we can get across easily. One little look over, you won't be able to see much, but I can tell you it's very choppy. Although it doesn't look like it's flooded, because it's very wide at this point. There's a massive lake to our left, if it's a, I want to call it a lake or a kind of estuary kind of thing. So it looks okay there, there's no flooding here. So now we'll be going on the south side of the Lower River Esk back to Brechin and view the flooding from the south bank. Still getting doses of very strong winds at times though, as well. inland again, and you can see that we're getting a few more puddles once more. I'm going to take a right at Maryton and down one of these roads that might get flooded, so we'll see what. I doubt you'll be able to get all the way through here. It goes to Bridge of Dun, so we know you can't get through that bit. Sandbags there on these properties. Tree that snapped off and littered across the side of the road. Wow, that one was huge. That's probably the biggest tree structure that I've seen that's fallen so far, even though it wasn't a whole tree, just a very big limb of one. Difficult going north of there. You won't be able to get to Bridge of Dun. We know that because we saw it earlier. West, once we've had a look. So much debris littering the road as well, so many. I remember at one point earlier this morning when travelling here, there was barely any road visible. There wasn't. It was just a floor of leaves and debris. Now it looks pretty obvious that we're not going to get through here. Well, let's have a look once again at the extent of the flooding. Look at that, and that will stop anyone in their tracks here. And you can hear the wind again. Very windy here. The car's rocking a bit. I don't know for sure if you can't get through that, but I'm not going to be trying that one. Won't be attempting. So we're going to go back southwards. Let me just figure out where I should go next. It'll take me back to the main road and then... yeah. Okay, good. Going to do a little bit more driving now and then we'll end up at the south side of Brechin. I don't think I've given myself enough room to reverse here. Just about. And you're going to see another famous trillion point turn here. I'm glad we're doing well for signal today, because as we know, we were riddled with problems yesterday. And I really don't know why. Get out there, I think so. So another impassable road. I fully expected to see that. So bridge of done. All that's left is a road that's barely passable. All other routes in and out are impassable, so it is almost an island at this point. Big tractor. Maybe I should have hired a tractor actually for this whole thing. That's a thought for next time. But a serious situation going on here in eastern Scotland. We're in Angus, where there is a large amount of flooding and neither and downstream very badly flooded, with severe flood warnings in effect, and plenty of other flood warnings as well for a few other parts of Scotland in effect. But I know last night there was a flood warning even on Orkney. To the south side of Brechin on that closed bridge, and we should be able to get there. I'll give you a view as well that we had on the other side of the river itself. Coverage continues as we trawl around this area. worst hit places here. And of course they are affecting properties, particularly that one on the road next to the river in Brechin. There'll be some houses that might be taking in floodwater there. Certainly a few vehicles have been partially submerged. It's a convoy of tractors. 3 anymore. And that might be why, because they're ploughing out all of that water. We can get through there though. Hold that water on those to Brechin because we know that it's completely flooded. And we saw it from the other side earlier on in our stream. If you want to go back and watch through that, you can scroll back through our video and find it. But what you'll note here is that more than before, the rain is generally stopping. That is expected. By lunchtime and this afternoon, there won't be much rain falling, if any. So and then will be of it from here. I don't know if you can see over there, but obviously very swollen river that has burst its banks and everything's flooded out. Now, so we'll try and get onto the bridge. They might have put barriers on it by now though. You certainly can't get there by car, but whether you can access the bridge on foot, I'm not sure. With a road closed sign around this bend. Actually, so I'm surprised we could get this far. That's fair enough. Well, let's take a look at the river from here then, and I'm sure there'll be quite a bit to see. Hopefully we've got enough battery to be getting on with. Well, 31%, it's not that much, but we'll try and we'll do our best. So we can't be out for too long, I'm afraid, but we'll show you some of what's going on here. What's that? I'm not in the right gear. So let's take a look at what's going on here then. You can hear it before you can see it, obviously. You can actually get on there on foot. So this is the other side of the bridge that we were on earlier, or not on, but coming up to in Brechin. And you can see the state of the river now. Wow. Sorry?
It's dropping fast.
Yeah.
It's got 3 feet.
That's it? Oh.
Half a foot more on that wall was up there.
Yeah, not surprised.
And it dropped 2 feet then. Half a feet and 4 2 feet.
So how much has it dropped now?
3.
3.
So it's got 6 inches an hour.
Pretty crazy.
Trying to get there. That's up to down here.
Yeah.
See the leaves have been washed away.
Yeah. Wow.
That fence house has been flooded.
That's it, yeah. They've been under, haven't they?
No, it's never flooded.
Yeah.
Spent all day yesterday and everything up the stairs.
Yeah. So he's been on the scene since 8:30 and says that it's gone down 3 feet since 8 o'clock this morning, and that's probably about right. The waters are dropping, but look at that, still incredibly dangerous. Look at the speed it's moving. I reckon the water was probably earlier than that even, really, from what I saw at the flood monitoring devices that were still operable at least. It was probably at its worst at about 4 AM. But this is certainly a lot worse than it was yesterday when we were around. You can see out over to those trees, all of that's under as well. And we saw those residential houses on the other side of the road. Let's just go to the bottom of here and have a better look at the flooded road. People are just hanging around. Yeah, it's a pretty desolate scene. That side actually is okay. If you ask me, you can probably get through, but they've shut it all off. Obviously this is where it originally got shut, and then they decided to shut the other road as well. So but again, it's not really raining now, and you know, the water levels are dropping. You can see where the road's particularly wet. That's probably where the water got up to earlier on. That man that we were talking to said that it overtopped the wall. Well, you can see the wall there. It's a good maybe 3 feet above the water line now. But unfortunately, you can see here that some residences are under. Still windy. Well, you can see the river over here as well actually. Let's have a look. Actually, it's probably flooded further down there, look. Ambulance. I'm going to upload some of my photos to social media fairly shortly. But you can clearly see on what we've been out seeing here, it's pretty serious. This is Brechin, which is pretty much ground zero for the worst flooding conditions, although I've been told and witnessed that it is dropping the river, but there are homes inundated. Alright, I think unfortunately I have to head back, because not only am I low on battery, but I think I've left my keys in the car. So I'd better go and secure it. This is the dangerous extent of the flooding right now. Got another round of rain here too. So there we go, that's the latest here from Brechin. This is 413 UK Island Live. My name is Nathan Foy here, I've been here for all morning. And clearly a serious situation that's been going on here, and you can still hear the ferocious wind. Can't believe that. I never do that. I never leave my keys in the car. Fire car there as well for whatever reason. But as you saw there, you can go back and scroll through it to take a look if you missed it or just caught the tail end of it. And once our live stream is completed today, you can it'll be all on its own. It'll be uploaded as a video on YouTube, so you'll be able to watch it back as it happened. And also subscribe to the channel for more updates, and I'll be putting out some of my my main camera video footage on there when I get home. That'll probably be tonight or tomorrow. And you'll see that. But I'm just gonna head on off to the right and get towards the next viewing point of the river that we were at earlier this morning. Oops. Oh, there you go. People are too nice. This will take us straight to the next crossing, the one that we were at early this morning, the first one that we got to. We'll just have another look at it and see what it looks like from there. And after that, honestly, I'm probably going to be nearly finished with my coverage. The water levels are going down. The red rain warning will expire at midday. The rain is stopping. It's still windy at times, but we've seen quite a lot this morning whilst we've been on the air since 8 o'clock. But send in your comments and questions or any other queries. Start your message with Force13 UK and it will light up for me. And if you want to join our team, if you want to help with our coverage, whether it's also being out in the field or studio coverage, which we sometimes do for weather events, then please get in touch. Send a message on Facebook or Twitter, or you can contact me on Discord. My username is FoyCamera, or you can join our server discord.gg/Force13. So if you've just joined us, what have you missed? Well, huge flooding areas around Brechin, all along the River Esk, lower River Esk. You've also missed lots of branches down. Yesterday there was a tree branch that literally fell in front of my car before I started that stream. We've been through several barely passable roads. Very strong winds at times as well. And if I just stop here be able to have another little glance at the river from here. There's a few plants in the way. Just a quick look over there, you can see once again another view of the river here on the western side of Brechin, and you can see it's really swollen down there and moving quite quickly. But it's moving very quickly under that bridge because it does sort of get choked up a little bit under there. But the good news is that the water levels are falling. You saw lots of residences along that main street that had water inundation. We're just going to go to our stop now. Why is he stopped? Do you see me coming around that wall? This bridge, the first one that we went to this morning, when much less people were tuning in. And that's where I caught some of the pictures that may have circulated since then. Road now than it was earlier. I'm quite low on battery, but let's go and show you this river again. This is going to be the last place that I get out at today. And this time I'll take my keys with me. Still incredibly windy at times. Definitely still wet. Look down here, there's still the very swollen river. Esque at the first point that I went to this morning, and this is where we are again now on the west side of Brechin. So there it is, and I'm just going to look out for identifying signs that the water might have gone down a bit, because that's what people are saying. I think it may well be maybe a foot or two lower than it was earlier, so it does look like that it's falling a bit, and now we're getting absolutely rained on. And on this side, once again, there it is, flowing towards Brechin here from this spot. You always get the wind on the eastern side of these bridges, really at your face. But there's another big log coming through. Obviously plenty of debris. Well, the main problem today has been at Brechin, but there are 5 severe flood warnings in effect. We have a severe flood warning for Brechin, Finarvan and Tannadice, Kinnaird, Bridge of Dun, Logie Mill and Crago. And there is also a severe flood warning at Mary Kirk in Aberdeenshire. This here is one of the severe flood warning areas, and that's what we've been looking at, all of them, most of them earlier on. We've seen 3. We've seen 3 of them. So as I mentioned, we're still going to get periods of rain here for a couple of more hours at least before things start to really settle down, at least as far as rain's concerned. I don't know about the wind. I don't know how long that's going to go on for. I know I'm running low on battery here, so I'm going to make this fairly quick. Once again, you can see down here the view of the river, and just pummeling up against the banks. Well, this river is still far out exceeding its banks, because basically the riverbank, because I saw this yesterday as well, and it wasn't really very interesting yesterday, not much was happening, but the riverbank is supposed to begin probably where I'm standing, and all that area there on the left should not be flooded at all. So it really is well exceeding what its limits are. So a serious flooding issue, not just here but in other places across Scotland, which I'm not able to get to today. But I feel that I visited the worst places here. What we'll do now is we'll head west from Brechin and venture more into that other severe flood warning, the western one, because we haven't really seen that one very much. We've been on the edges of it, and but we've not really ventured into it properly. And I've locked myself out my own car. Right. Very noisy still out there as well as we set ourselves up here to keep going further west. Let's see what comments we've got right now. Only Me says, surely it will drop if it's flooding. The water will have other places it can flow. Not sure if that's correct or not, I'm just guessing. Well, we're not that far from the sea, so it will flow into there quite quickly. And they're a new subscriber, by the way. Hello everyone, nice to have you on board. And Ethan Apps says they live in Bedford, England, and still getting some gusts and rain, which I think is Babet. And only me is in West Lancashire, raining, but nothing out of the ordinary. And that's not too far from where I'm based. But today I'm up here in Scotland. Plug you in again. Take a bit of a chance here now that we've seen most of the worst places. Well, no, we'll go on the A90, I guess. I guess, I don't know. I don't know whether to take the A90 or some of the back roads, but we'll go left and see what we end up finding. Of things happen today. Scroll back through the live coverage and you'll be able to see some of the things that we've seen. Lots of flooding issues around Brechin and all along that river. Pools of water that I've been driving through.
Are you going north?
No, south.
South, you have to go back that way.
Alright.
Okay, go down and take the first right.
No problem.
Okay.
So that's that. So I figured that road might have been shut because it does go along a flooded area. So what I will be doing then is I'll be taking those country lanes just to see what's down there, but there is a possibility I'll get into poorer signal areas, so I'm a bit concerned about that. So we'll just have to play it by ear, really. The comments coming in, I can't quite get to them yet, but I'll take a look when I get some time. So this is Brechin once again. We've been here a few times now today, so scroll back through the video and you'll see some of the stuff that we did here earlier. We got out and we walked down right to the flood line, and it was a bit worse back then as well, so if you're interested in that, take a look back through. And we're getting up to 4 hours of coverage now as well, so it might end up being beyond your scrolling capabilities. So once this live stream finishes, the video will be published on YouTube anyway, so you'll be able to watch that back. And I've also done some video on my own camera equipment as well, so I'll be putting some of that together for editing, because we've seen quite a lot of things. The worst places I've seen, probably the worst place that there was at Bridge of Dun, where you're almost surrounded by fast flowing water there. this because we've seen most of what we wanted to see today to do our coverage. And in going this way, there is a possibility that we'll lose signal, so don't be alarmed if we do lose it. Just that the problem is, if we did lose signal, it might take a little while for it to come back. That's the only issue. Tree limb there, and wow, still partially attached to the tree. Just goes to show that once again this is not just a rain and flooding event, it has also been a wind event. We're going to encounter a lot more flooded areas here as we take a left. is, I don't know if we might lose signal somewhere along the line. I'm still seeing good indications on signal, but the aim is to get to the western flood warning. But honestly, as I look towards my left, there is still some flooding, but it doesn't look that bad. To it in a little bit here. says, thanks for the coverage from the UK originally and lived in the US from 2014 to 2020. And my there. Frazzle says that the Met Office have issued another red warning for the same area all day tomorrow. Is that true? Oh my. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Let's see what they want. Hello? That's a very odd moment here. You alright? Well, that's the oddest thing I've seen so far. Oh, goodness me. You won't see that on any other weather coverage. Thanks and appreciated, but please stay safe out there, and God bless as always, says Lee. And a woman's body was recovered from a river in Angus. I think I've heard about that one last night or this morning. I know for a fact that down here the signal gets pretty laggy. You'll have to bear with me for the next few minutes as we go along this area. We're going to eventually end up back in Forfar, and then we'll figure out what to do next, or maybe finish up. So let's see what happens here. Choppy. So do bear with me for this next 5 to 10 minutes here, and we'll be back in Forfar in no time. But let's oh, a bunch of trees, a whole row of trees uprooted there on our left. Loads of them. About 8 or 10 of them. Another one in that forest there. Oh, a whole other bunch here. Loads of uprooted trees on this road. Now this area is still under severe flood water as well, as we're coming up to Tannadice. So I don't know for sure even if this is passable, but we'll see what happens. It doesn't look too bad. bad, but things change very quickly around one corner or two. We might have flooding. Let's see. Was in a severe flood warning this morning. I don't know about now. And the river flowing down here. Oh, look at this. This is a bit of a war zone. So clearly there's been a bunch of pedals flowing down. Probably bridge earlier, but the water levels are dropping. So there's another area that's obviously going to be a different one, and looks like it's either stranded in. I don't think anyone's operating, but another massive area of flooding here on the road that is impassable. So much so a truck has even been victim by the looks of things. So we'll find another way around. down there. I'm going to turn left up here and see if we can get through that way. If you're interested in what happened in Brechin or at Bridge of Dun, scroll back through the video, we were there earlier. I have extra footage for my proper camera that I'll be editing when I get back home tonight. So subscribe to the channel and you'll see any further developments. Fella will probably stop me if you can't get through this way. Well, he waved his hand, so it sounds like you can't. We'll have a look anyway though, just so that we can see the situation too. And it's windy up here. Smothered in more very heavy rain, and I think that's my road down there, which is completely underwater. Yep, so there's certainly no going that way, but we can take a look and see what it looks like here by the river's edge. Another area that's under this severe flood warning, and you can see why. Certainly looks deep. I'm just wondering if it is as deep as it looks, but I think it probably is. And if we look to our right, you can see that right next to us is this very dangerous flowing river here. There it is. So stay inside where it's warm and dry. That's what I would recommend. We're not gonna try with that one. I do speculate that that might be passable, but I'm not going to try it. Time for another signature million-point turn in a small road. turn round on YouTube. Anyways, going eventually end up in Forfar, which is where we started this morning. Keep sending in your comments, questions, queries, anything of that variety. We'll be able to So Arthur Strong posts in here into our chat that the second death by a driver killed by a falling tree. Now, you know, that is very true, because the risk of it, because we've seen some of these the branch nearly hit me yesterday. Train to Manchester got cancelled apparently, and from what I'm hearing there's a bunch of stuff going on elsewhere in the country now. Stop here whilst we've got good signal so I can just check some of my sources right now, flood information, and just stay on top of what's going on everywhere. I just want to be sure of things. So there's still 5 severe flood warnings for these areas, obviously, but from people talking about the UK, for England now, I'm intrigued to hear about that. And there are actually 109 flood warnings in England at the moment. 109, and that is mainly in eastern and central England. I don't think there's any severe flood warnings though, but there are 109 flood warnings across England right now. But here in Scotland we have 5 severe flood warnings that are in effect where I am right now. We just saw it a few minutes ago. Look at that, some blue sky starting to appear. I said this, after 12 o'clock things will start to improve. We're still getting quite a bit of rain, but it's the first time we've seen any blue sky. Justine says in Lyle Town, I think, we've got wind. Anything else, these streams are also good platforms for people to just share their info wherever they are across the country today, and what their weather conditions are, and where things are bad and where they're not so bad, and all that stuff. Flood-warned zones here in Scotland, which you'll be able to watch back on the stream when we're done. I imagine we probably will be wrapping up our stream within the hour. Certainly a thanks for everyone for tuning in and helping us along here. Twitter, or this X thing that they call it these days. Search Force 13 UK and Ireland. And our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13 for It's pretty good at times, but doesn't. I don't think it will be. Oh, hold on. Ooh, a few barriers there. Wow. I would say that's nearly as bad as this current event, what they're getting tomorrow. Nearly, not quite as bad, but I don't know if the water levels will be recovered by then. I don't know, but they're getting a lot of rain tomorrow. I won't be here to do that, but certainly another flood threat tomorrow, having seen. This is Forfar town centre once again. Nice little. I'm just going to have a look at the flooding area at the Aldi. Looks like that road has been shut by police now. We're going down this way, so it must be maybe there's just closed the traffic coming the other way because one half of the road is under. So yeah, there it is, that's the puddle around Aldi. Looks about as bad as it was this morning and last night. Oh, I didn't see that. The puddle there as well. So that's really where our coverage today is going to finish. The Aldi puddle in Forfar. Blimey, well, what a trip it's been this morning. Been everywhere. When this video, when this stream ends, you'll be able to watch it back on our YouTube channel, and you'll be able to see everything that we've done. We've been all around Brechin, we've been around the lower River Esk. 3 severe flood warnings in place for and still does. We've seen many impassable roads, which is certainly no surprise. We've seen trees down, branches down, tree limbs down, roads littered with debris, stones, pebbles, twigs. And in Brechin we've seen homes and residences inundated along one of those roads, as well as a park, a recreational area, a few vehicles. and lots of other stuff. So certainly it's been a very difficult situation for those areas particularly, and it looks like it's going to get exacerbated again tomorrow, where we have another red rain warning. I won't be there, but we may have the live coverage from the studio for tomorrow. I don't know yet, but as soon as we do, I'll let you know. We'll have it on platforms. But for myself, Nathan Foy here, it's been a long period of tracking this and chasing it, but that's it from me. We'll see you again soon here on 413 UK Island. If you enjoy the stream, subscribe to our channel and take a look at our social media outlets. And if you do want to join our team, we're always open for new admissions, so feel free to send us a message on any of our platforms there as well, or on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13. But from here in Forfar in Angus, that's it from us, and I'll see you again probably quite soon.